Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Edelyon's northern watchtower stood sentinel against the darkening sky, their weathered faces bearing silent witness to 1,000 years of peace. Yet on this night, as the cold wind whispered through the valley, the runes etched into their surface began to glow with an eerie blue light not seen since the dark days. Atop the highest parapet, a lone figure stood motionless, his grey cloak billowing around him, his eyes, deep as wells of ancient knowledge, fixed upon the horizon where darkness gathered like spilled ink across parchment. Gandalf the Grey tightened his grip on his gnarled staff, feeling the power pulse within the twisted wood as the distant mountains seemed to shudder. What others dismissed as unseasonable storms, he recognized as harbingers of doom. The shadows of the north had crossed the ancient boundary of Edhelion, breaking wards that had stood for a millennium. Mordrith, he whispered, the name itself seeming to chill the air around him. The Lord of Ashes stirs once more. Below in the courtyard, guardsmen laughed and drank, oblivious to the doom that approached. Their captain, a stout man with a beard like iron filings, called up to the wizard. "Come down, Greybeard. Whatever you seek in those clouds will still be there after a hot meal and mulled wine." Gandalf did not reply. His mind raced across the leagues to the Crystal Mountains, where sleeping armies awaited the call of their master. If Mordrith recovered the flame of Arathor, those legions would rise again, and the free lands would face a darkness unlike any they had known since the Elder Days. Dawn found the wizard already leagues from Edhelion's walls, his sturdy mare picking her way through the mist-shrouded foothills of the Silverback Range. The path ahead was clear in his mind, if treacherous in reality. He needed allies, not the kind found in royal courts or wizard councils, but those whose fates were already entangled with the coming storm, whether they knew it or not. The fortress of High Crest rose from the valley floor like a stone fist thrust toward the heavens. Its blue-gray towers, crafted from the living rock of the mountainside, gleamed in the morning light. Within those walls, Princess Lyra of the House of Dawnbreak trained with her blade, unaware that her true lineage, carefully hidden since her infancy, would soon thrust her into the center of a gathering storm. Gandalf approached the gates openly, his reputation sufficient to gain him audience with the aging Lord Dawnbreak. The wizard found the man in his study, hunched over maps and ledgers. "Your ward grows strong," Gandalf said without preamble. "She will need that strength in the days to come." Lord Dawnbreak's face paled. "You speak of matters long buried, Greybeard. The girl knows nothing of her true heritage." "Ah, the time for secrets has passed," Gandalf replied, his voice gentle but unyielding as stone. "The shadows cross Edhelion's borders. Mordrith returns." The old lord collapsed into his chair, suddenly appearing every one of his 80 years. "Then we are doomed. The prophecy comes to pass in my lifetime after all." "Not doom," Gandalf countered, "but challenge. And Lyra, or should I say Estelwen, last daughter of the royal line of Arathor, must face it." When Princess Lyra entered the chamber, her practice sword still in hand and sweat cooling on her brow, she found two old men staring at her as though seeing a ghost. Before the day ended, Her world had unraveled and rewoven itself around a truth she had never suspected, that the royal blood of a fallen kingdom flowed in her veins, and that a prophecy spoken at her birth tied her fate to an ancient flame and a rising darkness. "I am no princess of legend," she protested, pacing the chamber like a caged wildcat. "I am a warrior of Highcrest, nothing more." "You are both," Gandalf said firmly, "and now you must be more. The flame of Arathor calls to its rightful keeper." The twisted market of Shadowvale existed in perpetual twilight, its maze-like alleys winding beneath canopies of faded silk that filtered the sunlight into muted colors. Here, in this den of thieves and smugglers, Gandalf sought his second ally. Tarin Nightwhisper had earned his reputation as the most elusive thief in the Seven Realms, but it was not his skill with lockpicks that Gandalf required. The young man possessed a rarer gift, the sight, inherited from a mother who had been burned as a witch when Tarin was barely old enough to remember her face. The wizard found him in a dimly lit tavern, seemingly deep in his cups, but with eyes alert as a hawk's. "The sight shows you much, young Tarin," Gandalf said, settling across from him uninvited. "But perhaps not enough to know when to flee." The thief's hand froze halfway to his concealed dagger. "I don't know what you're talking about, old man. The dreams have started, haven't they? Visions of crystal mountains and armies stirring beneath them. Shadows that move against the natural flow of light." Tarin's face, handsome in a sharp vulpine way, drained of color. "How could you possibly know that?" "Because they are not merely dreams. You see what is coming, as surely as I do." Gandalf leaned forward. "Your gift can lead us to the flame, before Mordred's servants find it." "The flame of Arathor is a children's tale," Tarin scoffed, but his eyes betrayed his uncertainty. "Is it?" Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose. "Then why has it haunted your visions since midwinter? Why does its light call to you across the veil between what is and what may be?" Before dawn broke over Shadowvale, the reluctant seer had joined the quest, his sardonic wit masking the fear that gnawed at him. The sight was both gift and curse. It showed him possible futures, but never how to avoid the darkest ones. The third member of their company waited at the edge of the Whispering Plains, where the tall grasses swayed even when no wind blew. General Draken Vale had once commanded Mordred's vanguard, before conscience turned him traitor to his dark master. For his betrayal, he had been cursed with ageless life, neither living nor dead, bound to walk the world until Mordred's final defeat. The general's face was a map of old scars, his armor simple but meticulously maintained. When Gandalf approached with Lyra and Tarin at his side, Draken's laughter was like stone grinding on stone. "A princess who doesn't know her throne, a thief who sees too much, and a wizard who meddles too often," he observed. "This is your answer to the return of the Lord of Ashes." "This is the beginning of an answer," Gandalf replied calmly. "You know the paths through shadow better than any living soul. We need you, General Vale. I turned my back on Mordred once. The price was high. And yet you would pay it again," Gandalf said, not a question, but a statement. The ancient warrior studied the unlikely pair behind Gandalf, the princess with her proud bearing, and the thief with his haunted eyes. Something like hope flickered across his weathered features. "Perhaps," he conceded, "the flame must be found before the solstice moon. After that, even its power may not be enough to prevent the awakening." Their journey took them through lands both fair and fell. In the crystalline forests of Lumendel, the trees sang with voices like distant bells, their leaves shimmering with inner light. Through the ashen wastes they traveled, where nothing grew, and the ground cracked beneath their horses' hooves. Always northward, guided by Tarin's visions and Draken's knowledge of hidden paths. They were not alone in their quest. Servants of the Shadow dogged their trail, wraith-like hunters with eyes like burning embers, capable of tracking prey across stone and water alike. More than once, Lyra's blade and Gandalf's staff held them at bay long enough to flee, but each encounter left them more weary than the last. "The flame is near," Taran announced as they made camp in a sheltered valley beneath the first foothills of the Crystal Mountains. His eyes had taken on a distant, luminous quality that unsettled his companions. "I can feel it calling, but so can others." "Mordred's hunters have found its resting place," Draken confirmed grimly. "They converge from all directions. We have perhaps a day's lead, no more." Lyra, who had grown in confidence as her hidden heritage awakened something within her, studied the jagged peaks ahead. "Then we make for the innermost sanctuary at dawn." I feel it too now, like a heartbeat calling to my own. The Crystal Mountains earned their name from the veins of luminous crystal that ran through the stone like frozen lightning. As the companions ascended through narrow passes and across dizzying bridges of natural rock, these veins glowed more intensely, responding to Lyra's presence, recognizing the blood of Aretha. The entrance to the ancient temple was hidden behind a sheet of falling water, the cascade frozen in mid-plummet for 1,000 years by magics beyond even Gandalf's full understanding. Draken led them through, his curse allowing him passage where others would have found only solid ice. Within, the air hummed with power. Chambers and corridors carved from living crystal extended deep into the mountain's heart, every surface etched with runes that told the story of Aretha's last stand against Mordred in the Elder Days. At the innermost sanctuary, they found what they sought and what they feared. The flame of Aretha burned in a basin of pure crystal, its light neither orange nor red, but a brilliant blue-white that cast no shadows. Around it lay the bodies of those who had tried to claim it without right or permission, their forms withered as though the very life had been drawn from them. And waiting before the flame, his hand outstretched toward it, stood a figure robed in deepest black, his face a void within his hood. "You are too late, Greybeard," the figure said, his voice like wind through a graveyard. "My master stirs. Already his armies shift in their crystal tombs, remembering the taste of fear and flesh." "Your master remains bound," Gandalf replied, his staff raised, power gathering at its tip, "and he shall remain so." The battle that followed shook the very foundations of the mountain. Draken engaged the Dark Servant with the skill of centuries, his blade moving faster than mortal eyes could follow. Gandalf's magic crashed against barriers of shadow, neither able to gain advantage. Taran, his sight now fully awakened, called warnings of attacks before they came, guiding Lyra as she fought her way closer to the flame. "It must be you!" Gandalf called to her above the din of battle. "Only the blood of Arathor may claim it." Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. She was not meant to take the flame away. She was meant to become its vessel, as her ancestors had before her. With one fluid motion, she sheathed her sword and plunged her hands directly into the blue-white fire. Light exploded outward, throwing the Dark Servant against the far wall. Where Lyra had stood now, towered a figure of radiance, her mortal form transfigured by ancient power. When she spoke, her voice echoed with the authority of 100 generations. "The line of Arathor stands unbroken," she proclaimed. "The flame is reclaimed. Shadow, be thou dispelled." "Do." The Dark Servant's scream lingered long after his physical form had crumbled to ash. Throughout the Crystal Mountains, the stirring armies of Mordred settled back into their deathless sleep, their master's call muted by the power of the reclaimed flame. As the light around Lyra gradually dimmed to a manageable radiance, Gandalf looked upon his unlikely company with pride. A princess who had found her destiny, a thief whose visions had led true, and an ancient enemy whose redemption was one step closer. "It is only a beginning," he cautioned them as they made their way from the sanctuary. "Mordred will find other servants, other paths to power. The Lord of Ashes is patient beyond mortal understanding. But for now, the shadows retreat, Draken observed, looking younger somehow, as though some portion of his curse had lifted. For now, Gandalf agreed, gazing northward where the darkness had momentarily receded. And sometimes, my friends, for now is all we can ask for, and more than we might have hoped. Around them, the crystal mountains gleamed in the dawning light, and for the first time in 1,000 years, no shadows gathered at the ancient borders of Edhelion. Story 2. The mirror lake of Lumoria had reflected the truths of the world since the First Age, when the stars themselves were young and still learning their paths across the night sky. Its crystal waters, cradled in a valley of ancient oaks and silver-leafed willows, had served as oracle to kings and queens, to wizards and seers, revealing visions of what was, what is, and what might yet come to pass. For millennia, pilgrims had journeyed to its shores seeking guidance, while the Council of Seven, guardians of the realm's deepest mysteries, had used its revelatory powers to protect the kingdoms from threats both seen and unseen. But on this autumn morning, as dawn painted the eastern sky with fingers of gold and crimson, something was terribly wrong with the waters of Mirror Lake. Gandalf the Grey stood at the lake's edge, his weathered face reflecting concern as deep as the waters before him. Where once the surface had shimmered with visions clear as diamond, now only darkness swirled, a void that seemed to hunger rather than reveal. The wizard's gnarled staff glowed faintly as he passed it over the waters, yet the illumination it cast seemed to be devoured by the unnatural blackness below. "When did it begin?" he asked, his voice low and grave. Behind him stood Archmagus Thorn, eldest of the Council of Seven, his silver robes rustling in the morning breeze. 3 weeks passed, the first darkness appeared. Mere shadows at first, easily dismissed as clouded weather or poor timing. But it has grown, Gandalf. Now, no matter the hour or the caster, the lake shows only this, nothingness. Gandalf nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving the water's surface. "And you've attempted the rites of clarity?" "All 7 of us together," Thorn confirmed, his voice tinged with the first notes of fear Gandalf had ever heard from the ancient magician. "It consumed our magics like a starving beast consumes bread. The effort nearly killed Elindra." At the mention of the council's youngest member, Gandalf's brow furrowed further. He had known Elindra since she was a bright-eyed acolyte, barely able to summon a candle flame. Now she was among the most gifted seers in the land, or had been before the lake's corruption. "Call the council," Gandalf said, standing to his full height. "I must see what each of them remembers from that day." The council chamber sat atop the highest tower of Crystal Spire Keep, its windows offering views in all directions. East to the Whispering Plains, south to the Elderwood Forest, west to the Fire Peaks, and north to Mirror Lake itself, Lake. 7 chairs of polished silverwood formed a circle around a central dais, where normally a basin of the lake's water would allow for shared visions. Today, the basin stood empty. Gandalf studied each face as they entered. Thorn, ancient and wise. Elindra, pale but determined. Balthazar, the Stormcaller, with lightning seemingly captured in his eyes. Twins, Silas and Sylvie Moonshadow, their elven features solemn. Dawn Ironfist, the dwarven runemaster whose beard was braided with symbols of power. And finally, Lord Varen, whose family had guarded Mirror Lake for 10 generations. "Tell me everything," Gandalf commanded once all were seated. "Every detail, no matter how insignificant it may seem." They spoke in turn, recounting the gradual darkening, the failed attempts to cleanse the waters, the ancient texts consulted that offered no answers. As they spoke, Gandalf's suspicions grew, taking shape like a shadow at sunset. "This is no natural corruption," he finally declared. "Nor is it a mere failing of ancient magic. Something or someone is actively feeding on the lake's power." But what creature could corrupt such ancient magic? Elindra asked, her voice still weak from her ordeal. Gandalf's eyes grew distant, as if seeing across vast distances of both space and time. There are older things in the world than Mirror Lake, he said softly. Older and hungrier things, from the days when darkness had not yet learned to fear the light. He turned abruptly to face the council. I must consult one who has walked in shadow, one who knows the dark paths and the ancient hungers that dwell there. Thorn's face paled. You cannot mean... Valarian, Gandalf confirmed. Only he has the knowledge we require. A stunned silence fell over the chamber. Valarian the Fallen had once been among the greatest of their order, before ambition led him down forbidden paths. It had been Gandalf himself who discovered his dark experiments and brought him before the council for judgment. The exile had been bitter, violent, and necessary. I forbid it, Lord Varen said, rising to his feet. That traitor will never again set foot near Mirror Lake while my family stands guard. Then the lake is already lost, Gandalf replied quietly. For only one who has communed with Nyarlathos, the Whisperer in darkness, would know how to counter its influence. The name sent a visible shudder through the chamber. Nyarlathos was more legend than reality to most, a primordial entity that existed before the ordering of the world, a creature of pure malevolence that whispered corrupting truths to those who would listen. How can you be certain it is this thing? Silas Moonshadow asked, his melodic elven voice taut with concern. The signs are unmistakable, Gandalf answered. The hunger in the darkness, the way it consumes light and magic alike, and most telling, the subtle whispers that Elindra heard before she collapsed. All eyes turned to the young seer, who nodded reluctantly. I thought they were echoes of past visions, she admitted, but there was something inviting about them, seductive almost. Classic tactics of the Whisperer, Gandalf confirmed. It offers knowledge, power, visions beyond what even the lake can provide. But the price is submission to its will. And Valerian? Thorn pressed. What makes you believe he will help us after all that has passed between you? Gandalf's eyes crinkled slightly, a grim smile touching his lips. Because despite his fall, Valerian loves knowledge above all else. And if Nyarlathos consumes Mirror Lake completely, a repository of wisdom spanning ages will be lost forever. 3 days later, Gandalf stood alone at the edge of the blighted moors, a desolate expanse where magic twisted upon itself in unpredictable ways. Somewhere in this forsaken place, Valarian had made his home for the past decade. The path before him shifted and changed with each step, as if the very land rejected the concept of fixed reality. Spectral lights danced at the corners of his vision, tempting him to stray from his course. Lesser wizards would have been hopelessly lost within moments. Even Gandalf found himself challenged by the warped landscape. After hours that stretched like days, he found what he sought. A tower of black stone that seemed to both reach toward the sky and descend into the earth simultaneously, a visual paradox that made the eyes water to observe it directly. I wondered when you would come, a voice said from behind him. Gandalf turned slowly. Valarian had aged dramatically since their last meeting. Once golden hair had turned white as bone, and his face was a map of lines and scars, but his eyes remained the same, piercing blue, alight with dangerous intelligence. The Mirror Lake is failing, Gandalf said simply, and this concerns me how? Valarian's voice was colder than northern ice. Nyarlathos has found a way into our world through the lake. The change in Valarian's demeanor was instant and dramatic. Fear, genuine terror, flashed across his features before he could master it. Impossible, he whispered. The binding spells are failing, Gandalf finished for him. You recognize the name. Good, that saves us time. You fool, Valarian hissed, suddenly advancing on Gandalf. If the Whisperer has found the lake, it has found a doorway into the heart of the realm's magic. Its corruption will spread beyond the waters, into the ley lines, the sacred groves, the very fabric of our world. Then help me stop it, Gandalf urged. Whatever lies between us, surely this transcends old grudges. Valarian's laugh was bitter as wormwood. You have no concept of what you're asking. To face Nyarlathos is to risk not just death, but the dissolution of one's very essence. And yet you studied it, sought its knowledge, Gandalf pointed out. That was your true crime, wasn't it? Not the forbidden spells or the darkened artifacts. You were attempting to commune with the Whisperer itself. Silence stretched between them, taut as a bowstring. I sought to understand it, Valerian finally admitted, to learn its weaknesses. But the price... His hand unconsciously rose to his chest, where Gandalf knew a scar in the shape of a spiral marked his flesh. The price was too steep even for me. Yet you survived with your mind intact, Gandalf pressed, which is more than can be said for others who have attempted the same. Pride flickered in Valerian's eyes, the pride that had always been his greatest strength and most terrible flaw. I created wards, he said reluctantly. Protections derived from symbols older than human language. They limited its influence. Then bring these wards to Mirror Lake, Gandalf urged. Help us drive back the darkness before it's too late. The journey back to Mirror Lake was made in uneasy silence. Valarian, once welcomed throughout the realm as a hero and sage, now traveled hooded and cloaked, his identity hidden from the very people who had once celebrated him. When they arrived, they found the situation dramatically worsened. The darkness had spread beyond the lake's shores, staining the surrounding earth and trees with a creeping shadow that withered all it touched. The waters themselves seemed to boil with malevolent purpose. The council awaited them in grim silence. Only Thorn stepped forward to acknowledge Valerian's presence, offering a curt nod that spoke volumes about the pain of old betrayals. We have little time, Gandalf announced, brooking no argument. Valarian's wards must be placed at the cardinal points around the lake, and each must be empowered by one of the council. And whom shall empower the northern ward? Lord Varan asked pointedly. Surely not the traitor himself. I shall, Gandalf answered, while Valarian performs the binding ritual from the center. As preparations began, Valarian drew Gandalf aside. There is a final piece I have not told you, he whispered. Nyarlathos cannot reach across the veil between worlds unaided. Someone has been helping it, someone with access to the lake's deepest magics. Gandalf's eyes narrowed. A member of the council. Precisely, Valarian confirmed, and they will try to sabotage our efforts when they realize what we intend. The ritual began at midnight, when the stars aligned in patterns favorable to binding magics. Gandalf, Thorn, Elindra and Balthazar took their positions at the 4 cardinal points, while the others maintained a protective circle. Valarian stood upon a barge in the lake's center, chanting words in a language that seemed to hurt the air itself. As the ritual reached its crescendo, the waters beneath Valarian's barge began to churn violently. Dark tendrils erupted from the depths, seeking to drag him down. Yet the wizard stood firm, his voice rising above the tumult. It was then that Lord Varan broke from the protective circle, his face contorted with rage. "You will not bind it!" he screamed, drawing a dagger of obsidian. "The knowledge it has shown me, the power it has promised, you cannot comprehend." He lunged toward Elindra, seeking to break the cardinal alignment, but Dawn Ironfist intercepted him with surprising speed for one of dwarven stature. The two crashed to the ground, struggling for control of the blade. "Complete the ritual!" Gandalf shouted to Valerian. "We cannot stop now!" Valerian's voice took on an otherworldly quality as he spoke the final words of binding. The lake's surface froze instantly, a sheet of perfect ice capturing the writhing darkness beneath. From this ice rose spectral chains that plunged back into the depths, pulling tight against some unseen resistance. A scream of inhuman rage and anguish tore through the night, so powerful that several of the council fell to their knees, hands pressed to their ears in agony. Lord Varen's body convulsed, black ichor spewing from his mouth as Nyarlathos's influence was torn from him. Then silence. The lake's surface gradually returned to its natural state, but now, instead of darkness, faint glimmers of light could be seen beneath like stars struggling to shine through storm clouds. "It is done," Valerian said wearily as he guided the barge back to shore. "The binding will hold for a time." "And Lord Varen?" Elindra asked, looking at the nobleman's still form. "He lives," Dawn confirmed gruffly. "Though whether his mind remains his own is another question entirely." Uli, as dawn broke over the eastern hills, Gandalf and Valerian stood alone by the gradually clearing waters of Mirror Lake. "You could return, you know," Gandalf offered quietly. "After what you've done here, the Council would consider—" "No," Valerian interrupted. "My path lies elsewhere now. There are other ancient evils stirring in the world, Gandalf. Other whispers in the darkness that must be understood before they can be countered." Gandalf studied his former friend, seeing both the darkness and light that warred within him. "Then go with my gratitude, if not my blessing," he said finally, "and know that not all bridges are burned beyond repair." As Valerian departed, Gandalf turned back to the slowly healing waters of Mirror Lake. For the briefest moment, he thought he saw a vision form upon its surface. A ring of fire, a shadowed land, and a small figure carrying a burden too great for his size. Then it was gone, ripples spreading outward into possibility. "Until we meet again," the Grey Wizard murmured, both to the departed Valerian and to whatever future the waters had momentarily revealed. With a sigh that contained both weariness and resolve, he turned his steps toward the rising sun and whatever challenges awaited beyond the horizon. Story 3. The first nightmare crossed the Vale on midwinter's night when the barrier between worlds grew thinnest. It slithered through a village on the outer reaches of Thalen, a shapeless horror of shadow and teeth that left nothing but crimson snow and silence in its wake. By dawn, only ashes remained where homes had stood for generations. In the weeks that followed, more breaches occurred. Winged terrors descending on travelers in the borderlands, whispering entities that drove entire hamlets to madness. Creatures of bone and mist that could not be wounded by mortal steel. The ancient barrier was failing. The crown of Thalen, seven-pointed star of the realm, keeper of boundaries between the mortal kingdom and the lands beyond, had been shattered upon the mysterious death of King Eldrin 5 months prior. Its fragments scattered across the kingdom, the crown's magic unwound like a fraying tapestry, and through each new tier, the nightmares came. Gandalf the Grey stood atop the Westwatch Tower, his weathered hand gripping his staff, as he observed yet another village burning in the distance. The bitter wind pulled at his robes and beard, but he remained still as stone, his ancient eyes reflecting the distant flames. Behind him, a small delegation of Thalen's surviving nobles huddled, faces drawn with fear and exhaustion. "How many more will perish while we debate?" Lord Brennan demanded, his once immaculate ceremonial armor now dented and bloodied from recent battles. "The people cry out for protection we cannot provide." "You speak as though we have options," Lady Merwin countered, her silver hair streaming behind her like a war banner. "Our armies falter against these abominations. The royal vault lies empty, and now Dorneth's forces march on our eastern border, vultures circling a wounded prey." Gandalf turned from the grim scene below, fixing the nobles with a penetrating gaze. "There is one option," he said, his voice quiet yet cutting through their arguments like a blade through silk. "One hope remains for Thalen, though you have been too blind or too frightened to see it." The tower fell silent, save for the crackling of torches and the distant howls of things that should not exist in the mortal world. "The girl," Gandalf continued, "Eldrin's bloodline yet lives." "Impossible!" Lord Brennan sputtered. "The royal family perished entirely. The king, the queen, their children, all dead when the crown shattered." "Not all," Gandalf replied. "One survived. A child, hidden away on the night of her birth 16 years ago, long before these troubles began." Lady Merwin stepped forward, her eyes wide. "Lyra, the orphan from Eastmere, the one who tends your herb garden when you visit the borderlands?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "She bears the royal blood." "The last of Thalen's royal line," Gandalf confirmed, "and the only one who can restore the crown." As the nobles erupted in a cacophony of questions and disbelief, a messenger burst through the tower door, face pale with urgency. "My lords, my lady, forgive the interruption, but Prince Kaelin's forces have breached the Greenshield Pass. They march on Eastmere even now." Gandalf's heart grew cold. "Then we have no more time for debate," he said, striding toward the stairs. "I ride for Eastmere before dawn." The village of Eastmere clung to the edge of the great forest, like a child to its mother's skirts, humble wooden buildings surrounded by fields now fallow with winter's grip. At its heart stood the ancient oak that gave the village its blessing and name, its sprawling branches bare but still magnificent against the steely sky. Gandalf found Lyra beneath this tree, as he knew he would. The girl, no, the young woman now, sat with her back against the massive trunk, a book of herb lore open on her lap. Her copper hair caught the fading light, creating an accidental halo that seemed fitting for one of her lineage. "Gandalf!" she exclaimed, jumping to her feet with unrestrained joy as he approached, but her smile faltered as she noted his grave expression. "What's happened?" "We must leave, and swiftly," he replied, dismounting with a grace that belied his apparent age. "Danger approaches from all sides." Her eyes, green as spring leaves, searched his face. "This isn't like the other times you've visited," she observed. "Something's different." "Indeed." Gandalf took a deep breath. "Lyra, there are truths you must know. About your birth. About your destiny. But first," a horn blast cut through the evening air, deep and resonant, but with a discordant note that sent birds scattering from the trees in panic. Gandalf tensed, gripping his staff tighter. "First, we must survive the night," he finished grimly. They had barely gathered provisions and mounted Gandalf's steed when the first riders appeared on the village outskirts, armored figures bearing the emerald and silver banners of Dornath. At their head rode a figure whose very presence seemed to darken the fading day. Prince Kaelin of Dornath, scourge of the Eastern Realms, whose conquests had doubled his kingdom's borders in the 3 years since he ascended to generalship of his father's armies. Even at a distance, his golden armor gleamed with an almost supernatural light, and the black stallion he rode moved with uncanny precision, as though beast and master shared one mind. Beside him rode his Crimson Guard, warriors whose loyalty was secured through blood oaths and dark rituals, if the rumors were to be believed. "Behind the church," Gandalf whispered, guiding his horse into the shadows between buildings, "there is a path through the forest, known only to those who have lived here their entire lives." "But the villagers," Lyra began, looking back at the homes where families prepared their evening meals, unaware of the approaching danger. "Cannot be helped if you are captured," Gandalf finished harshly, though his eyes reflected her pain. "Thalen itself hangs in the balance, Lyra, and you are its last hope." They slipped into the forest as Dornath's forces entered Eastmere. The ancient trees closed around them like protective sentinels, their trunks wider than 10 men standing shoulder to shoulder, their canopy so dense that even leafless, they blocked most of the fading light. Lyra led them unerringly through the labyrinthine woods, along paths invisible to any but those who knew the secret ways of the great forest. Only when they reached a small clearing, centered around a bubbling spring, did Gandalf allow them to rest. As they dismounted, he finally spoke the truths he had carried for 16 years. "You are not an orphan of unknown parentage, Lyra," he began, watching her face carefully. "You are the daughter of King Eldrin and Queen Elara of Thailand, hidden away at birth when the seers foresaw a great calamity that would befall the royal family." Lyra's face remained remarkably composed, though her hands trembled slightly. "I've always known I was different," she said quietly. "The dreams, the way animals and plants respond to me, the visions in water." "The blood of Thalin runs strong in you," Gandalf confirmed, "as does the ability to reunite the shattered crown, the ancient relic that has maintained the barrier between our world and the lands beyond for 1,000 years. The nightmares that have been attacking the kingdom," Lyra said with sudden understanding. "They're coming through because the barrier is failing." "Precisely, and only one of royal blood can gather the 7 fragments and restore the crown to wholeness." A twig snapped in the darkness beyond the clearing. Gandalf whirled, staff raised, a spell of illumination already forming on his lips, but he froze at the sight before them. Prince Cailan stood alone at the edge of the clearing, his golden armor now dulled with forest grime, his regal bearing at odds with the leaves tangled in his raven-black hair. Most surprising of all, he carried no weapon, his hands raised to show they were empty. "Peace, Gandalf the Grey," he said, his voice deeper than expected, with a musical quality that seemed to resonate with the forest itself. "I come not as a conqueror, but as an ally." "An ally?" Gandalf scoffed. "Your armies have laid waste to half the borderlands. Your name is a curse on the lips of widows and orphans throughout Thailand. And yet I have allowed you both to escape this far," Cailan replied calmly. "My riders could have surrounded this forest. My mages could have tracked your path. Instead, I came alone." "Why?" Lyra demanded, stepping forward despite Gandalf's protective gesture. Cailan's eyes, startlingly violet in the gathering darkness, fixed upon her face with an intensity that seemed to pierce through flesh to soul. "Because I, too, seek to restore the crown of Thalin," he answered. "Though not for the reasons you might suspect." Uboom! Over the next hour, as night fully claimed the forest, a tale unfolded that challenged everything Gandalf thought he knew about recent events. Cailan revealed that his conquest of the Borderlands had been a desperate race to recover fragments of the crown before they fell into truly dangerous hands, specifically those of the cult of Eternal Night, worshippers of the ancient entities that dwelled in the lands beyond. "My father fell to their influence years ago," Cailan explained, the pain evident in his voice. "The madness took him slowly at first. Dark whispers, strange obsessions, nights spent performing rituals in sealed chambers. By the time I understood what was happening, he had pledged Dornath to the service of beings whose very names are poison to mortal tongues." "So you seized power," Gandalf surmised, his assessment of the prince shifting reluctantly. "I had no choice. The cult had spread through our court like a cancer. I could trust only my personal guard, men and women bound to me by oaths stronger than death." Cailan's hands clenched. "Even then, I could not move openly against my father without risking civil war. So I became what everyone expected, the cruel, ambitious prince, eager for conquest and glory." "And the crown fragments?" Lyra asked. "I have secured 2, Cailan replied, reaching into a hidden pocket of his cloak. He withdrew a silken pouch and carefully opened it to reveal two pieces of what had once been a magnificent crown, one shaped like a silver flame, the other resembling a crescent moon. Even broken, they emanated a soft luminescence that made the spring water dance with reflected light. Gandalf felt a surge of ancient magic in their presence, and noted with interest how they seemed to pulse more strongly when Lyra reached toward them. "The third fragment lies in the Howling Marsh," Kaelin continued, securing the pouch once more. "The fourth is said to be hidden in the ruins of Skyreach Tower. The fifth was taken by the dwarves of Ironhold as payment for an ancient debt. The sixth—" He hesitated. "And the seventh?" Gandalf prompted. "The crown's heart, its central jewel, remains in Thalin's royal vault, though whether it is still secure I cannot say. My informants tell me the cult grows bold, and their agents have been seen near the capital." Lyra looked between the two men, her royal heritage suddenly evident in the determined set of her jaw. "Then our path is clear. We must recover all 7 fragments before these cultists can use them for whatever dark purpose they intend." Gandalf studied the prince with narrowed eyes, still not entirely convinced. "And what guarantee have we that your intentions are pure? That you won't seize the completed crown for yourself once all fragments are gathered?" Kaelin met the wizard's gaze unflinchingly. "None but my word, which I know means little to Thalin's people. But know this, I have seen what waits beyond the veil. I have glimpsed the horrors that seek entrance to our world. I would sooner die than allow such abominations to rule where children once laughed and played." A distant howl, too strange to belong to any natural wolf, echoed through the forest, followed by another, and then a chorus of unearthly voices that raised the hairs on Gandalf's neck. "The hounds of the beyond," Kaelin whispered, reaching for the sword at his side. "They've picked up our trail faster than I anticipated." "Then we have no more time for doubt," Gandalf decided, helping Lyra onto his horse before mounting behind her. "We ride together. But know this, Prince of Dornath. At the first sign of treachery, you will wish you had remained an enemy I did not know, rather than an ally I no longer trust." Kaelin's smile was grim as he whistled for his own steed. "Fair enough, Gandalf the Grey. May your wisdom prove greater than my father's," when shadows whispered promises in his ear. As they urged their horses deeper into the ancient forest, guided by Lyra's innate knowledge of its paths, the howls grew more distant, but not distant enough for comfort. The quest for the crown of Thalin had begun in earnest, with the fate of 2 kingdoms, and perhaps the entire mortal world, hanging in the balance. Above them, through rare gaps in the canopy, stars trembled like silver fragments of a greater crown scattered across the velvet darkness of night. And somewhere beyond those stars, ancient entities watched and waited, hungry for the world of flesh and light that had been denied them for 1,000 years. Story 4. Dawn broke over the Valley of Towers like liquid gold pouring through crystal. First light caught the 7 magnificent spires that gave the valley its name, architectural wonders of alabaster and marble that seemed to pierce the very heavens. Each tower rose from the lush greenery like a dragon's tooth, their smooth surfaces adorned with intricate carvings that told the history of the realm since the Elder Days. Between them nestled the city of Valorhaven, a jewel of civilization cradled in the protective embrace of the Mist Peak Mountains. But this morning something was terribly wrong in the valley's ethereal beauty. Gandalf the Grey stood at the edge of the marketplace, his weathered face grim beneath the brim of his pointed hat. Before him, a fruit vendor remained frozen mid-gesture, her hand eternally outstretched to offer an apple that would never be sold. Her skin had the mottled grey appearance of granite, her wide eyes now lifeless stone, that nonetheless retained the expression of dawning horror as the transformation had taken her. "How many?" Gandalf asked the trembling alderman beside him. 17 since yesterday, the man replied, twisting his cap between anxious hands. 53 in total over the past month. It begins with stiffness in the extremities, then a grayness of the skin. By sunset they are, as you see them now. He gestured helplessly toward the petrified vendor. Gandalf ran his fingers over the woman's stone cheek, feeling the lingering warmth of life recently departed. This was no ordinary magic. It carried the ancient resonance of the earth itself, primal, inexorable, and terribly patient. Has anything unusual occurred in the valley? Any old tombs disturbed, ancient artifacts unearthed? The wizard asked, already suspecting the answer. The alderman's gaze flicked nervously toward the tallest of the 7 towers, the royal spire, where Queen Mirabelle had ruled the valley for nearly 2 decades, with a will as unbending as the mountains themselves. The queen, she wears a new jewel, the man whispered, leaning close though they stood alone. A great crystal of deepest emerald that pulses like a heartbeat. It appeared after her expedition to the Forbidden Caverns 3 months past, just before the first turning. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together like storm clouds. The Forbidden Caverns. Those have been sealed since the Pact of the 7 Stars, over 1,000 years ago. Her Majesty claimed it was time to reclaim what was rightfully hers, a birthright denied to her ancestors by superstition and fear. The alderman's voice quavered. She said the jewel, she calls it the heart of the mountain, would usher in a new age of prosperity for the valley. Gandalf gripped his staff tighter, feeling the smooth wood warm beneath his touch as the magic within it responded to his concern. A new age indeed, he murmured, though perhaps not the one she intended. Queen Mirabelle of the Valley of Towers did not welcome uninvited visitors, even those who bore the renowned name of Gandalf the Grey. The wizard found himself cooling his heels in an antechamber for the better part of the afternoon, surrounded by courtiers who spoke in hushed tones and cast wary glances at the stone fingers of a royal guard who had begun his transformation during the morning watch. When finally admitted to the throne room, Gandalf beheld a space transformed by fear. Where once colorful tapestries and golden ornaments had celebrated the valley's prosperity, now heavy curtains blocked the windows, and guards stood at attention with eyes that darted nervously at every shadow. Upon the crystal throne sat Queen Mirabelle, still beautiful in the high-cheeked, imperious manner of her lineage, but changed. Her skin had a waxy pallor, and beneath her eyes, faint grey lines spread like the veins in marble. Around her neck, suspended on a chain of platinum, pulsed the heart of the mountain, an emerald the size of a child's fist, glowing with an inner light that seemed to brighten and dim like a slumbering creature's breath. The famous wandering wizard graces us with his presence, Mirabelle said, her voice carrying the brittle edge of one who hasn't slept properly in weeks. Have you come to solve our little problem, Gandalf the Grey, or merely to observe our misfortune? Gandalf bowed, precisely the correct depth for courtesy, without obsequiousness. I come seeking understanding, Your Majesty. The affliction that troubles your people is no ordinary curse. Obviously, she snapped. My court mages have exhausted themselves attempting counterspells. 3 turned to stone in the process. Her fingers unconsciously rose to touch the jewel at her throat. But we will prevail. The Valley of Towers has weathered greater storms. Has it? Gandalf asked quietly. Have you ever wondered why this valley, blessed with such fertility and natural beauty, remained unclaimed until your ancestors arrived 7 centuries ago? The Queen's eyes narrowed. Speak plainly, wizard. The mountains that embrace your valley are not mere stone and earth, Your Majesty. They are the slumbering forms of the ancient guardians, beings who walked these lands when the stars were young and the world newly formed. A ripple of uneasy murmurs spread through the court. Mirabelle's hand closed protectively around the jewel. Children's tales, she scoffed, legends to frighten the simple-minded. All legends have their root in truth, Gandalf countered. Your ancestors were wise enough to understand this. When they discovered what truly slept beneath these peaks, they forged the Pact of the Seven Stars, a sacred agreement that they would never disturb the heart of the mountain where the Guardian's essence was concentrated. And in exchange for this... Pact! Mirabelle said, her tone making clear her skepticism. These supposed guardians allowed human settlement in the valley. More than allowed. They blessed it. The extraordinary fertility of your soil, the perfect weather, the purity of your springs. All gifts from beings who nurture life in all its forms. Gandalf stepped closer to the throne, ignoring the guards who tensed at his approach. That jewel you wear, Your Majesty, is no mere gem. It is literally the heart of the mountain, a crystallized fragment of the Guardian's collective essence. For just a moment, uncertainty flickered across Mirabelle's face, then her features hardened once more. Even if I believed such fantasies, she said coldly, this jewel was found within my realm, mined from my mountains. It is my birthright, my property by every law of gods and men. It belongs to no mortal, Gandalf replied, his patience waning. And while it remains separated from its source, the Guardian's life force leaks into the valley, turning your people to the stone from which the Guardians themselves were formed. Already, you show the early signs. Mirabelle's hand flew to her cheek, fingers tracing the faint grey lines that had begun to appear. For a heartbeat, fear overcame pride in her eyes. You lie, she whispered, but the conviction had drained from her voice. Return the heart to the forbidden caverns, Gandalf urged. Restore the pact your ancestors wisely made. Only then will the transformation cease, and perhaps, with the Guardian's mercy, even be reversed. Before the Queen could respond, a silken voice interjected from the shadows beside the throne. Your Majesty, surely you won't be swayed by these transparent manipulations. A tall figure glided forward. Lord Vareth, the Queen's advisor, his elegant robes of midnight blue emphasizing his pale, perfect features. The wizard covets the jewel's power for himself, nothing more. Gandalf felt a chill that had nothing to do with the chamber's temperature. Something in Vareth's too smooth movements, in the unnatural stillness of his face, when not actively speaking, raised the hairs on the back of the wizard's neck. The jewel has no power that any mortal should desire, Gandalf said carefully, studying the advisor with new intensity, unless one's designs extend beyond the merely mortal. A smile curved Vareth's lips without reaching his eyes. Always speaking in riddles and veiled accusations. How typical of your kind, Gandalf the Grey. How long has Lord Vareth served as your advisor? Gandalf asked the Queen without breaking his gaze from the man. He arrived a year ago, Mirabelle replied, confusion evident in her tone. His counsel has been invaluable, particularly regarding the expedition to the Forbidden Caverns. I'm certain it has, Gandalf murmured. With a subtle movement of his fingers, he channeled a pulse of revealing magic through his staff, too quick for most to notice. But Vareth noticed. His eyes, for just a fraction of a second, flashed vertically slitted, like those of a serpent. Enough of these distractions, Vareth hissed, moving between the wizard and the Queen. Guards, escort this troublemaker from the palace. His wild theories only waste Her Majesty's precious time. One question before I depart, Gandalf said, standing his ground as guards approached. What sleeps beneath the valley floor, Lord Vareth? What would awaken if enough life force were drawn from the people through the heart's power? What ancient evil awaits its freedom after eons of imprisonment? Vareth's perfect composure slipped for just an instant, revealing something ancient and hungry beneath the human facade. Then the mask returned, and he smiled coldly. "Guards, remove him, now." Night fell over the Valley of Towers like a funeral shroud. Gandalf moved silently through the palace gardens, a grey shadow among deeper shadows. The information gleaned from the royal archives that afternoon had confirmed his worst suspicions. Beneath the valley floor, bound by chains of both physical and magical nature, lay an entity of such malevolence that even its name had been struck from historical records. The ancient guardians had not merely blessed the valley, they had transformed themselves into the very mountains to maintain an eternal vigil over the imprisoned horror below. The heart of the mountain was both key and lock to this prison, and in removing it, Mirabel had unknowingly begun the process of releasing a darkness not seen since the world's creation. And Vareth, or whatever wore the shape of the elegant lord, was orchestrating it all, using the Queen's pride and ambition against her. A rustle of fabric alerted Gandalf to another presence in the garden. He turned to find Queen Mirabel herself, wrapped in a simple cloak, the jewel pulsing at her throat, casting eerie shadows across her face. "The archivists tell me you spent the afternoon reading our oldest histories," she said without preamble. "Knowledge is the enemy of fear, Your Majesty," Gandalf replied, "and there is much to fear if we do not act swiftly." "These grey marks," she whispered, touching her cheek where the veining had spread noticeably since their earlier encounter. "They grow faster by the hour. The heart claims you as it has claimed your people," Gandalf confirmed gently. "It draws life force to feed what stirs below." "And Vareth? What is he in truth?" "A servant of the ancient evil, I suspect. Perhaps even a fragment of it, given physical form to manipulate events in the waking world." Mirabel's shoulders sagged, the weight of realization crushing her royal posture. "I've doomed my people through pride." "Not yet," Gandalf assured her. "There is still time to return the heart and renew the pact. Vareth never leaves my side. He watches constantly, especially when I handle the jewel." Fear sharpened her voice, and I feel reluctance whenever I think of removing it, as though it has wound tendrils around my very thoughts. "Its influence grows," Gandalf nodded. "But you are stronger than you know, Queen Mirabel. The blood of those who first made the pact flows in your veins. The Guardians will recognize that blood if you come to them with humility and true remorse." A distant cry echoed from the palace, followed by shouts of alarm. "He knows," Mirabel gasped. "Somehow he knows." "Then we have no more time for words," Gandalf said grimly, grasping his staff. "We must reach the forbidden caverns before dawn. Will you trust me, Your Majesty?" For answer, Mirabel reached up and unclasped the chain that held the heart of the mountain. Immediately her face contorted in pain, and the grey veins darkened and spread across her skin. Yet she held the jewel out to Gandalf with a trembling hand. "Not to me," he said, stepping back. "I dare not touch it. You must be the one to return it, to make amends for breaking the pact." Through the palace windows, they could see unnatural shadows stretching, flowing like liquid darkness as Vareth, or whatever he truly was, came in pursuit. "Come," Gandalf urged, taking the Queen's arm. "I know a path through the mountains that few remember. The Guardians themselves showed it to me in dreams as I journeyed here." Together they fled into the night, the heart pulsing with angry light, the shadows pursuing, and the fate of the Valley of Towers hanging in the balance. Above them, the stars that had witnessed the original pact looked down in silent witness to its potential renewal, or to the awakening of an evil that would devour stars themselves, should it break free of its ancient prison. Story 5. The Library of Forbidden Knowledge hung suspended in the heart of Mount Elendor, its vast circular chambers carved directly into the living mountain. No doors marked its entrance. Only those with the knowledge of the proper incantations could part the solid rock that sealed it from the world. Within its sacred halls, tomes of terrible power and scrolls of ancient wisdom rested upon shelves of obsidian, their secrets guarded by the silent keepers, mages who had sacrificed their voices in exchange for extended life and the honor of protecting knowledge too dangerous for common minds. But on this night, as stars shifted into a conjunction not seen for 7,000 years, silence gave way to alarm. The Keeper Valistrade's withered hands trembled as he traced the empty space on the highest shelf where the prophetic scrolls of Elendor had rested undisturbed for 3 millennia. His mouth opened in a soundless cry of horror that nevertheless echoed through the mystical bond shared by all keepers. Within moments, the head keeper appeared at his side, ancient eyes widening at the violation. Without hesitation, she pressed her palm against a seemingly ordinary section of wall. The stone rippled like water, revealing a small alcove containing a single crystal sphere. She lifted it reverently, closed her eyes, and focused her thoughts upon the one person who might prevent catastrophe. Far to the west, in the mist-shrouded valley of Erendor, Gandalf the Grey sat beneath a willow tree, savoring a rare moment of peace as he puffed contentedly on his pipe. The tranquility shattered as the crystal in his pocket suddenly blazed with blinding light. The wizard's bushy eyebrows drew together as he extracted the small orb, now pulsing with urgency. "The scrolls of Elendor," he whispered, reading the message encoded in the crystal's light patterns. His weathered face grew grave. After all these years, who would dare? By midnight, Gandalf stood before the unsealed entrance of the library, the headkeeper's wizened form illuminated by the eerie blue light emanating from the chamber. "When was the theft discovered?" he asked without preamble. The headkeeper's hands moved in the intricate gestures of the silent speech used by her order. 3 hours passed. The wards were bypassed with extraordinary skill from within. An inside theft? Impossible. No keeper has betrayed their oath in 5,000 years. Not a keeper. A visitor granted temporary access. A young scholar from the University of Astralor, Lyrandar by name. Gandalf's eyes narrowed. What was his area of study? End-time prophecies. Specifically, the 7th prediction of Elendor concerning the convergence of realms. A chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air crept up Gandalf's spine. "Show me his credentials, now!" As dawn broke over the eastern kingdoms, Gandalf spurred his mount toward the Dead Gate, the ancient stone archway that marked the entrance to the desert of Chinzas. The vast wasteland stretched before him, a sea of ash-grey sand beneath a sky of burnished copper. No ordinary traveler would dare this crossing. The desert was home to wind wraiths and sand drakes, to mirages that could trap the mind for eternity, and oases that offered poisoned comfort. Yet the trail left by Lyrandar led directly into this desolation. The young scholar had planned well, choosing the one path that few would willingly follow. "A clever diversion," Gandalf murmured to his horse, "but not clever enough." For 3 days and nights, the wizard tracked his quarry across the hostile landscape. The desert fought him at every turn. Blinding sandstorms erased tracks, hallucination-inducing heat shimmers distorted distances, and ancient predators stalked his path. On the second night, a clutch of wind wraiths descended on his camp, their translucent forms swirling like malevolent mist as they sought to siphon the breath from his lungs. Only a hasty circle of azure flame kept them at bay until dawn banished them to their ethereal realm. On the 4th day, as the twin suns reached their zenith, Gandalf crested a dune and beheld an impossible sight. Amidst the barren wasteland stood a perfect circle of lush vegetation surrounding a crystal-clear pool. At its center rose a modest stone structure, not quite a temple, not quite a fortress. Its architecture unlike any known civilization, and approaching its entrance, visible even at this distance due to his crimson traveling cloak, was Lyrandar. Gandalf urged his exhausted mount forward, but the distance was too great. By the time he reached the strange oasis, Lyrandar had vanished inside the structure. The wizard dismounted cautiously, every sense alert for traps or guardians. The air here felt different, heavier, charged with potential, as if reality itself had grown thin. The entrance to the structure was a simple archway, unmarked by door or barrier. Beyond it stretched a short hallway leading to a circular chamber illuminated by light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In the center of the room stood Lyrandar, younger than Gandalf had expected, barely past 20, with the intense eyes of one consumed by purpose. Before him, on a stone pedestal, lay the unrolled prophetic scrolls, their ancient parchment glowing with faint symbols that shifted and changed as if alive. "I wondered who they would send," the young man said without looking up. "I hoped it would be you." "Return the scrolls, Lyrandar," Gandalf commanded, his staff gripped firmly in one hand. "Whatever you believe they contain, whatever you hope to achieve, the risk is too great." For the first time, Lyrandar raised his gaze to meet the wizard's. His eyes held no malice, only a desperate certainty that sent a chill through Gandalf's ancient heart. "It's already too late," the scholar replied softly. "The seventh prediction has begun to unfold. Look." He gestured toward the scrolls. "The ink moves because the prophecy is active. The convergence approaches." Gandalf took a cautious step forward. Indeed, the text on the ancient parchment writhed like living things, symbols flowing and reforming in patterns that made his eyes ache. "The seventh prediction speaks of a potential ending," the wizard acknowledged carefully. "One possible future among many, not an inevitability." Lyrandar shook his head, a sad smile touching his lips. "That's what they want everyone to believe. That's why I had to take the scrolls, to prove what I discovered in the fragmentary references scattered throughout other texts." He pointed to a section of the parchment where the symbols moved with particular agitation. "This passage has been altered. The original text was erased and rewritten over 3,000 years ago." Despite his wariness, scholarly curiosity pulled Gandalf closer. "How could you possibly know that?" "Because I found the original scribe's personal journal hidden in the archives of Astralore. Elendor wasn't just a prophet, he was a seer who witnessed the true end of days. What he saw terrified him so deeply that the Conclave of Seven ordered the prophecy modified to prevent panic. They changed it from certainty to possibility." Gandalf studied the moving text with new intensity, his ancient eyes seeing beyond the surface to the magical imprint beneath. With growing unease, he realized Lyrandar spoke the truth. The parchment bore the unmistakable marks of alteration, masterfully done, but detectable to one with sufficient knowledge and power. "If what you say is true," Gandalf said slowly, "why bring the scrolls here, to this place?" "Because this is where it begins." Lyrandar gestured around them. "This structure isn't a building, it's a doorway, one of 7 scattered across the world, mentioned in the original prophecy, but removed from the altered version. When the celestial conjunction reaches its apex tonight, the doorways will activate, allowing the convergence to commence." A terrible suspicion formed in Gandalf's mind. "You're not trying to prevent the prophecy. You're ensuring it comes to pass." "Not just me." Lyrandar's expression hardened. "The cult of the Crimson Serpent has prepared for this moment for 10,000 years, passing the knowledge from generation to generation, awaiting the proper alignment." As if summoned by his words, shadows detached themselves from the walls, robed figures bearing the unmistakable crimson scales of the dreaded cult tattooed upon their exposed flesh. They moved with unnatural synchronization, surrounding the pedestal and the scrolls. "The world as we know it is fundamentally flawed," Lyrandar continued, his voice taking on the cadence of religious fervor. "The convergence will reset all planes of existence, allowing reality to be reborn in perfect harmony." "Perfect destruction, you mean?" Gandalf countered, his grip tightening on his staff. "I've encountered your cult before, in other guises, other ages. You speak of rebirth, but you serve entropy itself." The cultists began a low chant, their voices blending into a discordant hum that made the very air vibrate. Outside, the twin suns were setting, heralding the night of conjunction. "It doesn't matter what you believe," Lyrandar said, almost gently. The prophecy was never a warning, it was a promise. Elendor saw the inevitable. With a swift movement that belied his apparent age, Gandalf thrust his staff forward, sending a pulse of energy that scattered the cultists like leaves in a gale. In the same motion, he lunged for the scrolls, his free hand closing around the ancient parchment. Immediately, searing pain shot through his arm as the symbols writhed against his skin like brands. Visions exploded behind his eyes, stars dying, mountains crumbling, oceans boiling, the very fabric of reality tearing like gossamer. And behind it all, entities of such cosmic malevolence that even Gandalf's ancient mind recoiled in horror. He released the scrolls with a gasp, staggering backward. Lyrandar watched him with something like pity. "Now you see," the young scholar said quietly. "Now you understand why the truth was hidden. Knowing cannot prevent it. Knowing only brings despair." Recovering his composure, Gandalf straightened to his full height. "No prophecy is absolute," he declared, his voice ringing with authority born of countless ages. "The future is written in water, not stone. Even the inevitability of dawn can be delayed by the right spell, cast at the right moment." Before Lyrandar could respond, Gandalf swept his staff in a wide arc, summoning a whirlwind that tore through the chamber. The cultists were thrown against the walls, their chanting disrupted. The wizard seized the moment of chaos to snatch the scrolls, ignoring the burning pain as he rolled them with practiced hands. "The convergence cannot be stopped," Lyrandar cried, lunging forward. "All 7 doorways must be sealed within the hour, and you cannot possibly reach them all." Gandalf's eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom and terrible purpose. "I need not reach them all," he replied. "Only ensure that this one remains closed." With that, he thrust his staff into the center of the stone floor. Blue-white energy exploded outward, racing along hidden patterns that had been carved into the foundation of the structure millennia ago. The building began to tremble as long dormant wards activated, responding to the wizard's power. "You cannot imagine what you're preventing," Lyrandar shouted over the growing rumble. "The perfection that awaits beyond the veil of our flawed existence." "Perhaps not," Gandalf acknowledged, backing toward the exit as cracks spread across the ceiling. "But I can imagine what is worth preserving in the world as it stands: beauty and courage, wisdom and compassion, the simple joy of a pipe beneath the stars. And for that, I will defy even the most certain prophecy." As the structure began to collapse inward, Gandalf escaped into the night, the scrolls secure in his grasp. Above, the stars were aligning into their prophesied conjunction, their light taking on an ominous cast. The wizard knew his victory was temporary at best. The other doorways remained, and the cult of the Crimson Serpent would not abandon their millennia-long quest. But for tonight at least, the world would continue. And tomorrow, Gandalf would begin the search for allies who could help him locate and seal the remaining 6 doorways before the next conjunction. The prophecy might be truth rather than possibility, but even the most certain fate could be defied by those with the wisdom to see beyond it and the courage to chart a different course. As he mounted his waiting steed, Gandalf cast one last look at the collapsed structure. Now nothing more than a pile of rubble in the center of a dying oasis. Somewhere beneath that stone, Lyrandar and his fellow cultists lay buried, victims of their own dark faith. "Not all knowledge is meant to be acted upon," the wizard murmured to the indifferent desert. "Some truths exist only to be defied." With that, he turned his mount westward, The prophetic scrolls, secure within his robes, their burning symbols a constant reminder of the fragility of existence and the task that now lay before him. To prove that even the most certain prophecy could be undone by hope, courage, and the stubborn refusal to accept an ending written by ancient hands.